Check, check, mic check. All right, things are looking good. Vocals look okay. And there we go. All right. We are good to go here. All right. Good morning. Karen, good morning. Good morning. Good to see you. We've got a couple of good things to talk about today. And yeah, it's been a difficult week. I've come to the realization that I cannot stream every single day and also be effective, at trading when I have a lot of work commitments. So during difficult weeks, I probably won't be able to stream Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday anymore. Kind of sucks, but I'll still make sure I have my market outlook. And speaking of which, let's head straight into there because we want to get ready for today and some of the things that can happen today. So, economic calendar, we have housing starts and core PPI today at 8:30 a.m. That's going to drive a lot of volatility there. So we should see some movement in the New York Open kill zone or consolidation up until that point. Then 10 a.m. we have consumer sentiment. So those two are going to be key things to watch out for today. Yesterday, I had provided my target here, and price ended up getting up to there. I mean, I did think that we could get up to 18,000 big number, then the 18,038, 18,125. Those are still on my plate for today. We did make it to 18,000. And so all of these actually got achieved here. Each one of these got achieved. 17,900 got achieved, and then 17,959 got achieved, but that got achieved yesterday or earlier today in London. So now all of these got achieved. So we need to take a look at what's new, what's potentially new targets to look at, right? So we're going to remove that for the time being. And we no longer need this here. We no longer need these here. These are all from yesterday, right? Look at this return to bullish. Look at this, though. That is incredible. So this was a 1 minute bullish breaker. If you remember me drawing that one out. This bullish breaker here on February 13th. This was Tuesday. Low, high, lower, low. Displacement higher. Return to bullish breaker. And then we headed higher to our terminus, right? So what's going to happen now? Well, we have our Tuesday low of week, like I had mentioned before. And I think we should be able to run for our short-term high here. So first order will be to put that draw on liquidity of our 18,038 new week opening gap. I think that's going to be our first draw. Then 181.25 short-term high. That's this thing here. 18121. Whoops. 18121.5. Short-term high. That's our buy side liquidity. So let's mark that out over time. Bring that over to 5 o'clock p.m. today. So that's going to be our next area of liquidity. I really, really like that level in terms of projecting out projecting out potential areas of confluence there. Looking to see if there's any other areas. Hey, MSD, good morning. Good morning. Got a really excellent day here shaping up. I'm just looking at some of my other projections to see if there's anything else that lines up. Let's see. 18060 as well as a good level. I like that one as a potential level to watch out for. 060. Yeah, that's a really nice one. That lines up with the sell side imbalance as well. Excuse me. Let me get some water real quick, folks. I'm a little dehydrated right now. Gotta drink water before you. I just woke up, so. When do you all wake up? What time is it for you? Right now it's 6 a.m. Eastern time over here. Okay, let's take a look at other swing projections that price potentially could expand to today. All right. And then one more, 18189. Well, I guess we could do 190. Around that area is a nice area of projection. And then I do see one pie in the sky one today, but I don't think we're gonna get up there. It's 18,319. That's my absolute last projection that I have. I do see some other ones up there, but those are the ones that I see. Oh, 18,145 as well. So I see a few different projections that I can think of right now, but for sure, I like this one. I like that one the best. So that's shaping my bias for today. It is a Friday, but that does shape my bias for the day. I am looking for evidence that we will be able to provide some plays. So okay, let's go take a look at real-time hour charts next. So on our real-time hour chart, we saw yesterday we closed here, opened here, traded down into that bullish order block, sorry, bullish breaker, and are headed now up through this old liquidity void here, right? What happens to be here? Well, we've already traded through this. So if we continue trading higher, we will start off with a liquidity void beneath us. So that being said, I do think we're going to aim for this new week opening gap shortly. And I will look for positioning to take us up to that new week opening gap of 18,038. I do think we're going to head up there though. Let me see if there's anything here. But note where we start. Wherever we open at 9:30, I won't be here at 9:30. I'll be in meetings. But note the gap that forms wherever we start off. Note that there'll be a gap below us from real-time hour chart perspective. So you have to respect that gap because generally gaps like to get filled in, especially if we take out 18,121. So keep that in your charts. Okay. Keep that in mind. All right. Let's see what else we've got here. Okay, so looking at the 4-hour chart, we have this area of rejection up here too. This rejection block at 18,050 is going to be key. Midpoint of that wick, 17,0880, that'll be key. And of course, the all-time high there as well. So I'm going to actually, you know what? We could keep this here. We can keep this here, but shift it to a short-term high here, where that could be a mitigation block. We do see this really nice area here, bullish order block, buy side imbalance on the 4-hour chart. So what does it say on here? We've got a bullish order block, shaded down, buy side imbalance here. Oh, that's a little bit far. We don't need to go out that far. About there. So we got our buy side imbalance here on the hourly chart. It's out till 5 o'clock. And we've got a mitigation block here. We've got a 2 up close candles, which would be right at the base of there, roughly. We don't have a gap here, I don't think. High is 17,931.50. Low is 17,947.25. Whoops, the high here was 17,947.50. And this touched that. So there's no gap there. This is the first one to be handled, to come down to. So I like return to this today if at all possible. I do think we're going to aim for that new week opening gap, though. Let me take a look at some of these consolidations that have occurred on the lower time frame. And let's mark out some of our key areas of liquidity as well. So let's see. Since yesterday Asia session, we have an obvious sell side liquidity here. Let's mark that out. Do we have to return to that? Absolutely not. But we're in our market anyways, right? We have London's lows. We return back to a bit bullish order block here. And more importantly, we return to this balanced price range. Displacement higher, return to that in Asia. Traded to that buy side imbalance here. Heading upwards. Traded down and up. So we've balanced this area as well. So there may not be a need to return down here. In fact, we could also see us return to this order block there. On the 1 minute chart, we do see that we traded above here and we continued higher, displaced, traded back down to optimal trade entry, displaced this range here, continued to range, work within that range, displaced higher, and are now creating this kind of range here. So I think that we're gonna end up aiming for that new week opening gap first, and then of course heading higher to our targets. So let me see if I can place our targets like down here, maybe right here. So sell side imbalance up here, we're reaching into this area of original consolidation. Once we breach that, that will complete our market maker buy model. Hey Sudarshan, good to see you. Glad you could join. But once we passed this point here, we were pretty much ready to go. Let's update our real-time hour chart as well. So we have this here, and price is currently up here. So there's going to be a liquidity void beneath us. I'm not going to mark that right this moment because it's going to clutter the chart a little bit, but make sure you mark that. Don't forget that. So a return down to this area would be potentially ideal before you head up to take out these highs. Hey, Alex O, good morning. Good morning. We have not been making any sort of lower lows. We've taken out this high, short-term high. We were projecting. So next we're projecting this new week opening gap. It's right in this sell side imbalance as well. Maybe a return back down here to head higher. We are on Friday though, so it doesn't have to head higher. It could just head to that sell side imbalance and then head lower too, depending on if we are at the point where market wants to turn bearish. I could definitely see that potentially happening, but until I see something of the sorts, I will assume we are still heading higher for the time being. Okay, so we have our areas of liquidity marked out. We know that this is a sell side imbalance that we're aiming for right now on that hourly chart. This works as our sell side imbalance. I don't think I necessarily have to draw that one out because that's a relatively obvious one, but I'll draw it out nevertheless. Let's see. Note where we've rejected from as well. Low on the FCB is 18025.25. And the high on that SIBI is 18066.50. So notice where we've rejected from here, right? No trades to be taken right this moment. We're in a consolidation. I think 8:30 a.m. will be key, right? What's the buildup going to be? What's it going to do at PPI? Do we see a large PPI print? Kind of like how on Monday, Tuesday, we saw a large CPI print. And what happened? Here's Monday, here's Tuesday. We saw a CPI print, and that CPI print was higher than forecasted. So let's see if we see a PPI print higher than forecasted. That might take us lower. Don't know yet, but that might take us lower. Oh, let's see. Yeah, I would like for us to see that expansion higher up to here. What does the weekly chart look like, right? So right now the weekly chart has turned green temporarily. So is the weekly expansion going to be upwards? Are we going to open high, low, close higher? That's the question, right? You could have made money on both directions this week. Not an easy week to trade. We would prefer having candles like these past candles, nice big bodies, nice like lows and then highs, right? So this kind of week means we traded both directions equally as much. And as you can see on the daily, right at that new week opening gap, we have a daily rejection block. So we don't have to head higher. We definitely don't. But we currently are. Alex woke up at 3 a.m. Arizona time. Usually wake up 4 a.m. though. Good. You're an early riser. Let's take a look over at ES. All right, so on ES we have we still see that this week has risen above all-time highs, is potentially closing above all-time highs. It is the leader right now, leading its way towards all-time highs, right? The Dow, it's also above its all-time high, reaching for its all-time high. NASDAQ lagging behind a bit, so we'll see which one follows. But yeah, ES has already reached its new week opening gap and headed higher. So if ES runs for this high, and if Dow runs for this high, for weekly expansion purposes, then what will NASDAQ do? Is NASDAQ likely to also run at least for some movement higher? I think so. We'll have to break above this sell-side imbalance first. And if we don't, though, let's say that NASDAQ does not, let's say that the other two hit their high before NASDAQ does, and NASDAQ does not make a lower high. That will allow us to have a SMT divergence to look for a Friday reversal here. Because this candle doesn't have to end green. That's for sure. So we are going to be keeping our eyes out for that. And that's about it. So keep those in mind from the ES and YM perspective. Note that they are aiming for their respective all-time highs, right? So we want to make sure that we keep that in mind. And in fact, I'm going to set an alert if price crosses above this, then give me an alert. Good. So now I've got an alert on ES if it crosses above. I want to do the same for the Dow. I'm going to make sure I have an alert if it crosses above its all-time high today as well. So this is at 39013. Alert me if we cross above this line. All right, so far we've rejected from that 4-hour internal range liquidity, right? So I think that from this swing to this swing, that's where I would then look for what can be possibly optimal trade entry here, right? So optimal trade entry puts us below that order block and down at this segment here. If I take a look at the whole swing, equilibrium would be right at that top box here. You can kind of see it better here, right? From this swing low to this swing high, equilibrium would put us right at that box down here. So I would like a return to that box first, before we head higher, if at all possible. I would like to see us reject from here, start to head lower, and head to that area first. I like this area of accumulation here. I like this area. This is an area of consolidation that's key, that is of importance here, this whole box here. So that's why I like a return back to this area here. I do see that we have a 15-minute buy-side imbalance here, and then we have an hourly imbalance sitting just beneath that. I would prefer this hourly imbalance to remain untouched. If we do head down here, I would like us to head down to this one and then head higher. For sure, we'll end up returning back to that new week opening gap, though. So keep your eye out for discount or return to balanced price range, essentially. Maybe it doesn't even head down there. Maybe it just ends up like pushing up above, right? Who knows? But it has pushed quite a bit already. So we are going to sit and wait for 7 o'clock New York open kill zone. You can see a nice consolidation here on the 1 minute. Kind of see how sell side's been taken now. I'm looking to see if we see any movement higher here, or if we return down a little bit further into some of these sell side liquidity pools. That's what it looks like on the 1 minute chart. 15-minute, each of these could be potentials, but if we take out one of these, I think we'll take out the other one too. On the 15-minute time frame, because we have a down close candle, propulsion candle, propulsed up to a 4-hour internal range buy side imbalance, right? But this took out external range liquidity here. Originally, that was from this swing, right? So it took this out to an internal range liquidity of this swing. And earlier, we went from external range liquidity. We ended up creating movements here down to take out this external range liquidity, creating a dealing range. And now we're headed up into this area of internal range liquidity as well. There are multiple instances of that, but this is the most recent one that we touched. If we are anticipating that we go take out max pain, take out these shorts, early shorts, then that's the trade that I would be looking for, right? Shorts that are waiting. They've been sitting there this whole week. They've been sitting there. The market knows that they've been sitting there. They know that their stops are sitting above there. So lots of people went short on this FOMOing into this like run here, right? There's a lot of people that did that because they didn't see that there's no short-term low that got broken. This is the only one that these relative equal lows, and that's not even a short-term low on the daily. This is a short-term low on the daily. So we created a higher low from here, and we continue to create higher highs, at least on a weekly chart, right? So I like this weekly chart because now next week, if we create a high candle that's higher than this low, that now we have a new short-term low on the weekly chart. So I really like that candle in preparation for what could come next. We are at, all-time highs. It's natural to look for shorts here, but you need to take out some of the early shorts before you can really move to the downside. And who's to say that we'll even have that move, right? Maybe the markets continue to crash upwards as people are shorting. Okay, let's see. 54 and 57 are my 150K counts. Okay. So we will wait for us to see a setup here. Kind of do see that sell side liquidity was taken here. So nothing happening right now, 6:30 in the morning, right? Eastern. So nothing happening right this moment. But we continue to watch, we continue to look for some of our key pieces of information. All right, let's see. So if I start to see displacement to the upside here, I may take this to the 25 level. But again, like I don't want, this is actually, you know what? I'm not going to take that because this is, there's too much risk here on these lower time frames. This could just drop out completely too. From a sell side perspective though, oops, what just happened here? That's something to look at. And that one too. We don't know if that will come into play, but those would be the next ones that come into mind. And then obviously that would be on the way down. To our price that we would look for, right? So the question here is that new week opening gap, once we reach that, that's a daily high. So we have this as our daily rejection block. We don't have to head any higher. So it's very possible that we don't head any higher actually, right? One hour. Let's draw this one out to 5 p.m. as well. And yeah, we wait. Okay, so we're starting to see a little bit of movement up here. Again, not seeing really much here at this time. Although I do see I missed a 5-second chart movement higher, about 4 points. But this is small moves. You know, you don't want to be trading in this time. These are tiny moves. Wait for your opportunities, your windows of opportunity, right? So 7 a.m. is what we're looking for. New York Open kill zone. We'll look to see if we can find something there. Okay. So it looks like it's going to reach up a little bit. We are still within this range of consolidation here. So it might be after 9:30 that we head down here, but keep in mind, we don't necessarily have to keep heading higher this week, right? We could drop out. That is a very real possibility. Hi, Anna. Edward. Good morning. Good morning. How are you doing? What is this? This is... Ah, that's what I duplicated. Okay. Found it. Man, Alex, oh, I gotta say, you are up early if you're up at 3 a.m., 4 a.m. Arizona time. Lael asks, from 0 to 1 million, how much you made? Join my email list to find out. I'll be providing updates there, but I can update you here too. From these prop firms, I have not been able to take a performance account withdrawal on these smaller accounts yet. I've blown a handful of performance accounts. Currently, I'm up, I think around 50, 20, 10, and 5% on some of my performance accounts. And yeah, we're hoping we've been humbled, but we're also unable to trade very much. As you know, I work 9 to 5, so I don't get to trade a lot during the day. That does hamper the growth, and it's part of it. Part of this, you know, we might get to day 999 and just scratch the surface here. But that's the nature of being only able to trade in the morning and only able to trade outside of the 9 to 5 time frame. Anna Edward, not trading because I will wait until news. And you? That's good. Yeah, wait for displacement to form. I do think that we're going to aim for that all-time high, but I'm not married to that concept. If I see a shift in market structure lower, then I will consider it. But so far, I'll trade in the higher time frame direction. Alex O, today was rough. I normally am okay with 4 a.m. Something must be hiding deep inside. I need to work out. I need to work out too, man. But that's okay. You're waking up early. You're doing it. Alex O, I need to dreading my work trip to Nashville this week. Wow. Hopefully you get time to go out to like Monell's and eat there or something. So, there's some good food there, but I don't. Yeah, Nashville's a fun spot for if you like country music. And definitively working and trading and being profitable is difficult. It just takes time, and I'm hoping that this journey can help highlight that, because a lot of folks, you can see people over leveraging on these prop accounts and blowing their accounts, kind of like I have as well. Very tough to continue to get up and lose a performance account, get up, redo it. I've gotten to the point where I know I can pass these pass these evaluation accounts. You've seen it live. You can go back to any of those times and you've seen them live. But keeping the performance accounts, not being disciplined about my risk management, trading, if we make a loss with our full contracts, taking half contracts until we make back half of our losses, and then looking for us to lower our drawdown curve. Those are all things that I'm looking at. Need to plug my phone in. There we go. Okay, cool. All right. Been traveling for work for 6 years. Doesn't get any better. Yeah, I understand. That's tough when you have to travel for work, for sure. I was traveling consultant for I think since 2012 until 2017, 2018. So I was fortunate to not travel after that time. It gets taxing. The points are nice. The Delta, or the hotel points, they're nice. That's another reason. The only good thing from traveling is that I was able to get Marriott Platinum. That was like the only good thing I got out of it. Lael, do you consider going full-time trading? If yes, when? Yeah, for sure. So Lael, the goal to go full-time trading, you have to have, for me, I would need to make sure that I no longer need the healthcare benefits of working at a giant firm. Currently, for personal reasons, there's a need in the house. There's a need for me to have that. Once I don't need that, and my goal would be 2x my salary saved up from trading. So that's the level that I would feel comfortable. And even then I wouldn't feel comfortable. Honestly, 5x my salary, if I could get that before I left to do it full time, then I would feel comfortable. But yeah, I would say somewhere in the 2x to 5x salary made from trading. That's when I'll probably leave to go full-time trade. Alex O, your honesty and transparency about your journey is refreshing. Thank you, Alex. No, I appreciate you being here. You show up pretty much like every time I stream, so don't think that goes unnoticed. I'm hoping we can all make it. I mean, that's the goal, right? Like if I can, if me working a 9 to 5 can make it, like, gosh, imagine if you're anyone else that had some time and some efforts to invest in studying Inner Circle Trader and studying it and really going deep into the concepts and studying it, right? Oh, we just created a lower short-term high. So we'll see if we continue to break short-term lows here instead and head down to those other levels. 7 a.m. I'm still looking for that time frame. But yeah, if I can eventually make it, then I think a lot of people can make it too. I'm not willing to quit. That's the thing. If people blew as many performance accounts as I did, they might quit, but I'm not willing to do that. This is going to be my thing. And the time spent studying, the tired evenings, trying to understand one concept. I keep trying to rewatch and hone some of my price action model 5 projections, and they've been working out quite well. but always getting better. Alex O, I feel you about healthcare. Wife has breast cancer survivor, still needs lots of care. Yeah, that's man, that's powerful, man. I'm glad she made it. Couldn't afford to pay for that healthcare without my 9 to 5 medical benefits. Yeah, exactly. So there's becoming a full-time trader might sound nice if maybe you're single and you have no commitments, you have nothing else. You've got a nice nest egg. But when there's other people on the line, you need to make sure your ass is solid. You need to make sure you're taking this seriously. You're studying, you're watching and studying, revisiting concepts, revisiting. I even to this day, if there's a concept I feel like I'm getting rusty on, I'll go back and spend the hour or two to watch it and study it again to refresh my mind, right? At a point where I'm fortunate I know what I'm looking for, but still, you can get rusty sometimes with this, but it's okay. If you have good risk management, then and diligence and not feeling hot-headed when you take a big loss or take a loss, then that's the point when you know you're on the right track. Kick the other people's out. It's a joke. Oh, nah, yeah. Yeah, if it's kind of tough to kick out the wife, That's funny. Yeah. Yeah, Alex O knows what I'm talking about. There are definitely benefits to having the family. Absolutely. And you can't it's hard to describe them to others if they haven't found your partner yet. Trading itself can be a very lonely thing. I mean, you might not. This community is kind of like where I go to talk about trading, and I don't really talk about it much with the wife. I talk about it with you because everyone here understands the difficulties of trading. Oh wow, you got a couple of daughters there too, Alex. I don't have any kids yet. I hope to, maybe in a few years. That'd be awesome. But yeah, trading is my getaway. That's funny. All right, so I do see that sell side being taken here. And I see a little bit of displacement there, not like an insane amount, not to like call home about, but still waiting for my 7 o'clock time period, right? Because I don't know, this could drop just as easily. We rejected off of a 1 hour fair value gap there. There's nothing on the 4 hour. We traded up to this bearish order block, coupled with the hourly 4 hour bearish order block, coupled with an hourly 4 hour sell side imbalance too. So let's see what forms for our New York Open kill zone. That's something with my eye there. So notice that like impulse up on the 1 minute, and it almost immediately just died 4 points. So still a lot of accumulation going on here. I don't know if it's accumulating for us to go short to close the week. Like, let's say we reach this internal range liquidity and price is meant to head lower from here. Maybe that could be a scenario that we look at, right? On the daily chart. Now I'm looking at ES and, E-mini, ES, and the Dow too. So I don't think that we are, based on the price action on those, on the daily chart, it doesn't look like we're going to be heading short anytime soon. Oh man, this thing in my eyes. Hey Bentahar, good morning. Good morning. How are you doing, man? Good to see you. So yeah, on the daily, we'll be very careful at the new week opening gap. So when we get to the new week opening gap, what you want to see is you want to see something like this, where you have, like, you might see a bounce off like there, and then you want to see some price movement here, and then eventually you want to see a big movement higher, potentially retrace down to like something like that, and then a movement higher from there. That's what I'm looking for. I want to see if there's, like, you know, this might consolidate at the various swing grades of the hourly fair value gap too. What do I mean by that? If we take this here, expand this a bit. If I take this and grade it into quarters, we can see that we have different levels within this area to pay attention to. So what I like to do here, oops, wrong one. I like to make sure that I have these quadrants lined up, so I know where price can reach to next, right? I know where price, essentially, in this area, where might it go to? I just realized these lines aren't straight. This is going to bug me. There we go. So we have the 25, 50, and 75% marks here within that range. So those levels, those dotted lines are going to be key. They will be important for us to pay attention to. Okay? I don't think I need to go this far back, but I guess I could go this far back and move this down to here or up here, so you can see a little bit more on the hourly chart. I just, you know, I don't think you need this much back here, though. I think this is probably sufficient here, because then you see this price action here. You see the weeks range here. So that's what we're looking at. About 5 minutes till New York open kill zone. We'll see if we can find something here. Sell side taken once, twice, 3 times here. So I'm looking to see if we get a movement above this consolidation range, diving deeper and deeper into this buy side, sell side imbalance. Now I want price to close. If we're going to head higher, I want price to close above the midpoint of this sell side imbalance, okay? So my bias is bullish. I will be scalping using a scalping methodology this morning. If I see a fair value gap form on the lower time frame, I will likely try to take that and only take it to immediate areas of liquidity, right? If I take it long, this is not high probability, but I would expect that these relative equal highs are going to get taken out. Even these relative equal lows potentially could get taken out, right? So, and what happened in London? Well, we see that at London, after Asia's consolidation, London had a rise. We see that on the London silver bullet, we have a consolidation, displacement above that, traded down into volume imbalance here. We didn't get any lower, breakaway gap. Higher, you can now enter on this bullish order block, because this is a propulsion block now. You enter here, enter here, and enter here. Propulsion block. Heads higher, fair value gap forms. Third entry within the London kill zone. Terminus here, and that takes you up to where? On London. So during London, takes you up to the base of this 1 hour 1 hour bearish breaker, or sorry, bearish order block. So that could have been your trade for the day, right? There's a lot of stuff here, even on the 1 minute, plenty of trades to be had. So right now we're seeing a slow hike lower. Buy side not taken, right? Sell side taken. Buy side not taken. Sell side taken. Buy side again not taken. Sell side taken. Buy side not taken. What's going to happen next? I'm looking at sell side. Ventahar, I took a long break. I forgot how to trade. Yeah. That's when you trade demo. That's when you are, and that's okay. Sometimes you need to take a break after big losses, you know? About 30 seconds until a New York Open. I'm going to get ready for this. $20 till New York Open kill zone. I want to see if we get displacement higher is what I'm looking for. 10 seconds until. All right, so initial move lower. Okay. And there's a very good chance we just consolidate up until PPI. Keep that in mind too. At 8:30 a.m. That's typical of a week where we have consolidation before big ticket items. So PPI, that's going to allow us to reach into the areas that we need to for the week. So we might not get very much here. I'm not taking a trade in this environment. You should not either unless you're taking sell stops and turtle soups only. That's the only setup that I would consider taking. And even then, you're not able to seek very much results from this price action here. So be careful on that. Lions Fit. If somehow you start working 11 a.m. to 7 p.m., I think your skills will shine during the 9:30 to 11 a.m. Become consistently profitable trader. Oh, thank you, Lions Fit. I would love to be able to work that time frame, but my job unfortunately will not allow me to do that. So maybe someday. Maybe someday. Okay, I'm starting to see a little bit of movement on the lower time frames, higher. So we'll see if this holds or not. It's trading. I don't think it will. I'm not taking a trade right this moment because it can go in any direction, right? So we're just gonna watch. We see that it traded back up to this high here, and did not break that high. So I think what's next, probably this short-term low being broken. Hello. Hello, hello. Let me see what this is. Richel. I'm putting this into Google Translate, and it says this is a Richelieu. Richelieu, perhaps. Hopefully I'm saying that right. What trading program is this? Yeah, so this is trading futures. So you made it to my YouTube channel. So over here, on this first link here, there's a couple of other links here too, but this top link is the program that I link to, the trading computer I use down here, and some of my other social media. So if you click on that link here, it'll take you to the trading program that I use. It's a proprietary firm, and it actually has a 71% off sale right now and half price resets. Again, don't feel the need you need to purchase one, but basically I use a combination of these 50K accounts and these 150K accounts. So this gives me like I don't you don't consider the names to be exactly all the capital you have. I think of it as more so that gives me 2,500 of drawdown to work with and 5,000 drawdown to work with as well. So that's what I use. And then you can use the code here, DBVIBOHK, if you're planning on buying an account, if you're ready to. I will never recommend somebody to buy one of these accounts unless they've spent enough time, or at the very least, buy like wait for a big sale, buy the cheapest one at least, and use the demo account, right? There's a simulation account that you can use. So that's what I use to trade. So as you can kind of see, relative equal highs created here on the 1 minute. Sell side liquidity waiting to be taken there. And that's also not a straight line. There we go. Yeah, definitely check it out though. They have really good frequently asked questions. They have international, tons and tons of international people that get paid out from that. If I can go find, let me see if I can find. I think it's this one. Where's the list? I need the list. Link me to the list. There's like a list of traders somewhere. Where is it? Let's see if I can find it. Might be here. Testimonials. Where is that list? They have like a list of people that already got funded. I can't find it right now though. Gosh, where is that? Frequently asked questions, maybe? Let's see. Payout list, maybe? Ugh. They changed the website, so I don't know where it is anymore. No. Okay, I can't seem to find it. There used to be a list somewhere. Oh, here it is. So you can kind of see where people have been paid out. So Great Britain, Denmark. You've got some people in Australia, Mexico. There's lots of people, Canada as well, France. Yeah, there's a French person that got paid out as well. Yeah, there's a lot of different countries that got paid out for sure. So definitely check it out, take a read. You don't have to, but yeah, that's what I use. In France, in the Middle Ages, there's a famous Cardinal Richelieu. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I remember. Cardinal Richelieu is taught in the history books. Okay, so we're heading to sell side liquidity here. Oh, DE is Germany. Okay, thank you, Mandagas. I wonder why I was thinking Denmark. Gotcha. Thank you. What is Denmark's abbreviation? DK. Okay, gotcha. Thank you, Mandagas. Do I have a funded account? Yes, I do. I have a few. I have two 150K accounts and then three 50K accounts. All right, so we just traded down to that sell side liquidity and bounced from there. So you should not be trading at this time. Wait for a really big movement. Wait for displacement. We haven't seen displacement yet, but we're starting to. So sell side just got taken there. I'm looking to see if we are going to head lower. Or if we're just going to pop down below this, take sell stops, and then head higher. We do have an area of buy-side imbalance here that we're trading down to, and there's a little volume imbalance down here as well. Not big enough trades for me to feel like I want to take them. Not at the moment, at least. We're going to continue to watch price unfold for the time being. Knowing that at 8:30 a.m., that's our core news, right? So we broke below that short-term low again. So we took out short-term lows. We have not taken out short-term highs. So likely we will reach for this short-term low as the next draw on liquidity here. And I do believe if we break below this short-term low, well, technically there's a short-term low here on the 15-minute already. Can't see it very easily, but kind of see how this was a short-term low. These don't count as displacement though. This doesn't count as displacement yet. Alex, I love your discipline in waiting for setups. Yeah, I mean, that's really all we can do. That's the whole point of finding high probability setups is waiting for them. Most of the time, you're waiting for that setup to happen at a specific time of day, at a specific price. But it has to be time of day first, right? And there has to be a sizable enough move for you to feel like you'd be able to take it. So we'll see where PPI decides to take us here. All right, so we're aiming for that short-term low we marked out earlier. Sell side liquidity potentially being taken here. We'll see if it just creates another short-term low just above it, creating a liquidity pool to be broken through. Now we wait. I need to open up my work laptop actually. Make sure I got everything set. Do some work while we wait. It's plugged in first. Get everything set up on the side. All right, any questions from the crowd? We are kind of just waiting here after all. Let me see this peak down below this short-term low and grab that sell side liquidity soon. Can't really see much here. I need to have that here. I can see a little bit more. Alex O, do you use 1 second chart for entry confirmation? I notice you refer to 1 second charts here and there. Only after we've taken really key levels. So I switch down through 30 second, 15 second, 5 second, 1 second. After we, like when you get a really nice setup where you trade down into a discount, there's some other confluences here where we're higher time frame, we're still bullish, you know, but balanced price range. When we trade down to those areas, that's when I'll typically drop down into a 15 second, 5 second, 1 second chart to look to see if I see the fractal entries that I would typically expect to see at that time. You know, it's really helpful for areas where price could turtle soup. You can go down to those lower time frames and actually find 2022 models within the turtle soup. So you have a lot of things that you can do if you're trading with your bias, looking for trades that fit within that bias. And then when you're honing your entries, like here, for example, if I were going to take a trade here, which I'm not, I think we're going to head lower here. I would look down at this potential, and I'll remove this sell side liquidity here because we blasted through that. If we see price head higher up here, if I saw like a big green candle displace above this short-term high on the 1 minute time frame, then I would look into this displacement here for a fair value gap, for a return to bullish order block, something that trades in the same direction of where I'm thinking price will go. Obviously, price is going to reach for this next short-term low here, right? So technically, the trade would be to trade down to and scalp down to that short-term low now. Now on the 15-minute, once it gets below this short-term low, if we see displacement, price could come back up into this 15-minute fair value gap, head lower, or this could serve as a breakaway gap. I don't know yet, right? Or price could just drop to here, create a relative equal low, and then start to head higher, and then, you know, consolidate too. But yeah, so I only drop down into those time frames when we're nearing a key level or key PD array. And I'm thinking that, hey, my bias is this direction. I'm looking for evidence that it will trade in that direction. If I see displacements and break above lower short-term highs, then I'll take the trade. I'll drop down to those lower time frames and check those out. So that's how I use the lower time frames. Otherwise, you can trade on lower time frames too, but you have to be very careful. The setups form and clear a lot faster, so there are less points, but they definitely you can definitely find some good scalps within that. So here, you can kind of see how it just stopped just below that short-term low there. So watch this bearish order block here. So this bearish order block is next to be watched. Let's see how we trade it when we get there. Let me see. Let me see something here real quick. Oh, let's see. What percentage do you make per month? I shoot for on these accounts. Generally, I'm aiming for just a few percent per day, but at least double digits per month is what I'm looking for, generally. If you trade Europe hours, have you thought of trading DAX futures? I haven't, actually. I do know of DAX futures, but I haven't, since I'm not able to trade the global, that'd be at the global Germany. I think, let me see if I can actually trade DAX on Ninja Trader. I assume they have DAX. Yeah, they have DAX futures. So they do have DAX futures. Let me see if there's one here. Duplicate this window. Let's get rid of the linkage here. So they do have DAX futures here. They have mini DAX futures and micro DAX futures. So MDAX futures as well. I don't know which one it should be, but yeah, that's an interesting one. I'll have to take a look into that. Oops, what just happened? I don't know what just happened there, but it's probably loading or something. But yeah, definitely worthwhile. I'll look into that, but I usually I'm not up at Europe hours to trade those. Okay, so here. So this is an example where I can see we've traded back above this short-term low, but I'm watching to see how we react at this bearish order block. Do we take this and head lower? Do we reject from here? We barely stopped right at that level, right? So the question is do we break above and see displacement above this short-term high here next? That's kind of key for me, right? This level here is important. Because now I can see pretty clearly that, hey, we traded below. We didn't really get too much here, but this happens to be a low, high, lower, low. And if we break above this, then I would be looking for this area to be a bullish breaker, potentially. right? I'm not of that in mind. I don't have that in mind yet, but I mean, I do kind of see this on a very low time frame that we could potentially use this as a bullish breaker here. So, so here's where I would consider, so price can now trade down to, it can trade all the way back down too, right? These 1 minute time frames or 1 second time frames, they're not super reliable until you see major movement here, right? So I don't think that while it's not my opinion that we are ready to head higher, notice that we traded down into that 1 minute fair value gap here. And if we continue to close higher, if we close higher than this, then perhaps we have a potential movement back higher. Until we get that, though, we are going to treat this as a run on stops because we don't see candle close above this. We don't see a candle close above this level and displacement higher yet, right? In fact, we have relative equal lows down here now. So watching it, let's see. Alex, so thanks. I usually look for break of structure on 15-second. I would look for break of, honest to God, like the higher time frame you look for a break of structure, the more reliable it's going to be. I don't see any on the 15-minute time frame, hourly time frame. I don't see anything of the sort yet. None. So I'm hesitant to consider going short still to this day. Kirk, love you too, man. Jacques, did you short it? I did not short it, no. 1 second is hard for me to see, getting too old. Yeah, you have to have a pretty big monitor to see that 1 second chart. It's more used for confirmation versus looking for setups, but they still happen. 5 second chart, equally as fine. 15-second chart, equally as fine. Yeah. With the 15-second chart, you'll see some things that don't show up on the 1 minute time frame. So sell side liquidity got taken there. We are still in quite a premium though, so don't let that phase you, and we haven't seen displacement higher yet as we near roughly an hour until PPI. So I imagine we'll see mostly consolidation leading into PPI. I'm guessing we're not going to see big major moves. This area here was not high probability for me. Now, technically, taking a short at that 4-hour buy side, sell side imbalance, yeah, you could have taken that, but did you see immediate reaction here? Not really. On the 15-minute, you saw consolidation around this area, right? We touched it, broke down. We opened here, traded down, came back up, touched it, broke down a little bit, came back up, broke down larger, and now we're kind of just chilling, right? So I don't see a high probability play until we get further down into this optimal trade entry range from this swing low to this swing high. Optimal trade entry would put us right around here. And this is where I start to look for plays, right? There is an hourly, this is an hourly fair value gap that happens to line up with some bullish order blocks on the 15-minute in optimal trade entry area, right? So this whole area is optimal trade entry. And this whole area is optimal trade entry. And there's a mitigation block here too. So there's a lot of things here that can serve as potential. Let me put this way over here. Might be easier to see. So you can kind of see how there's this mitigation block here. There's optimal trade entry right beneath it. There's a fair value gap at 50% up here as well. So I think it's gonna burn through this one and maybe head down to this area here on the hourly. Or it leaves that open and completely just trades to this one. But if I'm gonna look for a trade, it's gonna be for it to trade down to here, and then back up. When it comes back up to this one, I can take the trade here. That's another model, right? When we're higher time frame bullish, if there's two order blocks that we can see, two buy side imbalances, let price trade through it, go to the lower one first, see if it rejects from there and heads back up, and then you can take the trade from this one higher to buy side liquidity terminus. Okay. So about 1 hour till. I need to check a couple things out. Give me a second here. Notice that we just took, that was a big little jolt there. So again, we're taking a look at that bearish order block for the time being. We're not really gonna invest much time into it. We traded down to this volume imbalance down here, picked up some more orders. We'll see if it shift directions or not. Oh, right. I forgot to put that. That's a good point. So, Sunday, where's my midnight opening? Cyan candle. Might have deleted it. I don't know what happened to that thing. Must have accidentally deleted it or something, but Sunday's midnight opening. I'm assuming you're talking about like Sunday. Oh, Sunday of the week. Yeah, definitely not a coincidence. So ICT does teach to draw that out over time. It just happens to also be at a 4-hour sell side imbalance. But good job noticing that, Kirk. So I think we're gonna end up aiming for this low here and then heading lower. So we'll remove this. Did not turn into a bullish breaker there, as kind of like we didn't expect it to. We just were noting that potentially it could happen. We took out buy side liquidity and are gonna aim for this sell side liquidity next. Again, not enough room for me to take a trade, not enough for me to feel confident taking that trade. But it should head down to take out sell side liquidity now here, and maybe some more, maybe further down. We'll see. Should see a quick little run down here to that liquidity pool next. Don't need this anymore. It's a 1 minute time frame one. 15-minute time frame is fine. It's creating another relative equal low on the lower 1 minute time frame. And we see it gonna bounce up. So now you've engineered buys here, right? Equal lows, not even relative equal lows. These are literally the same price. 17,996.75, 17,996.75. So we should, in the next rundown, we should see that run through and this one run through as well. So a liquidity pool is basically being engineered there. So if you're scalping, you feel free to take that, but that should get taken out in the near future. Or rather, that's what we're looking for price to be taken out, at least. Come on. I need my work computer. I need it to open up quicker. So this is going to get early shorts probably to get squeezed out. So notice how there's this fair value gap coupled with this, this fair value gap coupled with this bearish order block here. I think we could trade up, take out early shorts, trade up into this region, and potentially head down to take out that relative equal lows and short-term low down there. I think that's a possibility. If for some reason we are insanely bullish, then we might not even see that get taken out. So sitting for now. What the heck is going on here? Uh-oh. Gotta check a couple things on the work side real quick. As you can see, we're waiting for time to come first, then price. Yes, we might take that short-term low, but the move is not big enough for me to consider it, so not considering it. We're waiting for our bread and butter type setups to form. Why can't my Internet Explorer come? There we go. Sorry, I gotta check one thing super quick on my work while we wait for price. I forgot to set a couple things. 15, 5, 14. And I need to set a date for this thing too. Yep, so price is still just chilling out right now, so we wait. We continue to wait while I knock out some work. All right. Where's that cheat sheet? Disaster recovery. We don't know enough about that, so we keep that not committed. Good. All right, so here's, you can kind of see why we don't trade on days before PPI, right? Morning sessions are typically great as long as we don't have big economic events at 8:30. Yes, you could have scalped 18,014 down to 18,000. That would have given you 14 some handles. I couldn't see that. Shorting is not in my plate right now, so I'm not looking for shorts. If and when I'm looking for shorts, then I'll switch over to scalping those. But right this moment, my reticular activation system is focused on longs, and there's not good setups for longs right this very moment. So we're waiting. Doesn't mean to say that if you're short biased that you can't short. Go ahead and short. Just make sure that right now my higher time frame bias is still to the upside, and I haven't seen evidence of that shifting just yet. So that is why I am focusing on longs. Intermediate term shorts, yes, you could have made a killing, right? You could have made a killing on Monday and Tuesday. Monday and Tuesday, both, right? But those shorts are getting squeezed, right? Algo's going to take it where it's going to take it. So you have to be careful. Let me finish a couple of things here. There's some monitoring, February 4th, May 14th. Test automation, cap file polling, and fund settlement we anticipate being done. 14. Over to May 14. 24.1. 24.1. Serious cap automation fund settlement, yes. It's fine. Plan on having that completed. Test automation for a cap user is in development. We have nothing set for that one. Risk management 101, trade with the trend. I would say trade with the higher time frame bias and with the trend. But yes, if we keep on seeing short-term highs, so on this whole run up, right? We took out the previous week's low, and then we had a shift in market structure where I remember I had marked out this as being a potential low, high, lower low, bullish breaker. We traded to it, traded down, spooked some people out, displacement higher, traded back down, took that bullish breaker, traded back up, and now we're here. So you kept on seeing this. Once you saw big displacement, that gives you your indication that, hey, we're likely going to keep heading up towards premium PD arrays at the very least, right? Let's see. Development, okay. Associate pricing. 24.1. We're going to clear this value here. That's fine. Do not pay discovery. Still anticipate getting that done. Yes. We're good there. Reduce price 12.1. Reduce accounts for all. No. We can't have that date there. Okay, that's good. This one is in UAT. This should not have any dates. Yes. Correct. Okay. Anything happening with price? Not yet. This is the boring part, right? This is the boring part where we're waiting for that 8:30 a.m. news. And that's part of it. You know, you want to see that boring part because you want to see consolidation set up. You want to see where it's planning on picking up more orders, where it's planning on holding some people hostage here, right? So you can kind of see how we have this 1 minute consolidation area here, right? This whole segment here, consolidation, right? So this here, this starting here at this point in time, and even this point in time is fine too, but starting roughly around this consolidation, we have a potential for a market maker sell model to unfold. Doesn't mean it's going to, but at the very least, a market maker sell model around this area of consolidation, which starts here, goes down to here, right? This whole area of consolidation, you can see this is a more pronounced original consolidation. So this area here is our market maker sell model beginning. So accumulation, we see another accumulation here, second stage accumulation, major key level distribution. This could serve as a potential distribution next, right? Aiming for this area of liquidity. So that's what I'm assuming is going to happen here. I don't know if it's going to happen, but I'm going to assume that that's where we're going to drop down to. Otherwise, if we see PPI just spike us upwards, well, at some point we'll retrace and head up to all-time highs. Alex O, you have a 9 to 5 in trade. Are you working on any other venture? Well, I think this is predominantly my thing. You know, outside of this, you know, I play tennis, but right now I'm not working on anything else other than this. Travel some as well. So it's nothing so far right now, Alex. This takes up a large chunk of my time already. So by the time I'm done with work, done with dinner, hang out with the wife a little bit, very, very tired. Okay, let's see what's going on here. So remember, we're looking to see if this SIBI gets traded to or not. Potentially this one down below too, technically, but this one here. But I like this one because it's coupled with a bearish order block here. So we'll see if we can head down to there. How about you, Alex? Are you doing any other ventures with your family and your job as well? Shoot. Messed that one up. Crap. I just screwed something up. Hey, good morning, Clarity. How you doing? Shoot. What was that? Damn it. I need to go back and take a look at some of these. Ugh, screwed up something. All right, I'll take a look back at that later. Damn it. Two one 2023, 2/1/20, February 2023, 12/1/2023. Whoops. Sorry, I gotta take care of something here real quick. Screwed something up. Okay, cool. Let's see. Few other small businesses I run with other partners. Wow, you are a busy body. Awesome, dude. I love hearing that. I love seeing people being productive, creating businesses, creating things. So, um, kudos, man. I don't know how you have all the time and energy for that, but that's incredible. Also a managing partner for my 9 to 5, which takes up most of my time. Incredible, man. That's, I mean, partner is always a difficult time. You have a lot of decisions and sales to be made. Technically, I am a passive investor in multifamily. Like I'm about a 1% owner in about 2,000 units across Texas and Florida. But that's more passive, though. You know, I let some other people manage that. It's maybe like 6% return each year. Let's see. Good morning, Claire T. Good to see ya. Discord would be much better. Yeah, maybe someday. But even though it's much better for you, I would not be able to maintain it and give you a proper Discord experience because of my other commitments. So I know a lot of my friends run Discord servers. I will not do that anytime soon. Maybe once I do full-time trading, I might, but even then, I don't see a reason why I would want to bring that upon myself. That's a lot of extra work. I would need to hire a team to do that with me. Let's see. Bad days on my other ventures almost always flows into my trading. Yes, that I've noticed that as well in my main work. Oftentimes, if there's something poor that happens, that will flow into trading naturally. And that's the unfortunate truth on that. Okay, let's see what we got here. Thought I saw somebody mention something about like Telegram, but I don't see that comment anymore. They probably deleted it. Um, or maybe that was Mentor. I don't know, but yeah. All right, so as we are heading down, finally, we have relative equalize forming there. We should break below this short-term low shortly. But notice how it was a laborious breakdown here. It took a while. It took a lot of slow movement here. So I do think we'll take that. For PPI at 830, I would like to see us maybe spike all the way down, potentially even below this here. Is PPI can take you pretty far, so don't discount the power of those big red folder items. These two, of course, are being watched closely, and you have your relative equal real-time hour chart as well. Let's see, that close was at 17,913.50. So we're going to move that down a bit. The heck? Yep, so we'll move that down. We've basically, we've got a short-term low at the previous day's close. This pink line is a real-time hour chart indicator, right? So this is previous day's close. We have a short-term low here, short-term low here. We do see that price is bound in this range right now. I do think it's going to take that sell side liquidity. When it does, trading further down would be what I would expect to happen. And again, as you all know, I don't have this fib on my chart, but from this swing low to swing high here, we can see very clearly that optimal trade entry takes us down to roughly that area. So we'll see if it actually goes down to that area during PPI. I would expect PPI to take it down there and then some. There's this bullish order block as well within this larger order block here. I prefer this one where the body was a little bit more pronounced. So I think I like the confluence of this being a potential mitigation block combined with this bullish order block combined with this buy side imbalance on the hourly chart. I like those all. And then on the 15-minute chart, there's a bullish order block here too. Tiny little fair value gap beneath it though. So, but with PPI, if it breaks down through even these sell stops, I would look for us to, I mean, that's really the one that I'm looking for most is this here, this range here. I want to see it respect this consolidation, right? I want to see it respect this whole area of consolidation here, this whole area of consolidation here. I want to see it respect that so that we can take this higher. It is Friday though, so be careful. We've traded up for the latter portion of the week. Nothing says that we can't, if we get a bad CPI print, there's nothing that says that PPI print, there's nothing that says that we can't just crash through all of this and just slice like a knife through this segment of price. So you need to be prepared for those types of moves too, right? Especially since we've traded to this internal range liquidity. Now, the things that make me think we aren't going to do that, I'm looking at charts on the E-mini S&P. That traded up to a 4-hour sell side imbalance here. So we could still do that. But this traded to a sell side imbalance here and has rejected, right? Similarly, on the Dow, traded up through this sell side imbalance. There's not really much of a sell side imbalance here. It's a very tiny one, but it's still there. There's a really tiny one there that it traded up to equivalently. So almost negligible, but still had some imbalance there. So what does that mean then? Does Dow trade higher here? Does it move any higher than its all-time high? Well, that's going to be the key, right? If we see supreme amounts of weakness here, then we'll head back to the previous all-time high on the Dow. Likewise, on ES, if we see supreme weakness here, which currently we're not, right? We're seeing the 4-hour chart closed above this rejection block on the 4-hour on the ES. On the 1-hour, it hasn't quite gotten above that 4-hour yet, but it also hasn't crashed down either. So we're gonna watch and wait. I have alerts set up so that if I see ES trade above its all-time high, then I'll continue to take NASDAQ, and the others should fly alongside it. Here we go. Richelieu broadcasts can be made on the Telegram channel with live communication with the audience. We could talk to you. Yes, they could, but I also wouldn't be able to manage it. Oh, look at that. Look at that dip down below. Very small dip down below here. So I like that. That looks, to me, on the 1-second chart, if I was actually paying attention to it, this would have been my entry right there. That would have been my entry. If I saw a signature like that, because that's an institutional order flow entry drill. And you can take that, scalp it, all the way up to relative equal highs here. It's too late right now, but that's what I like. If you look back at the 1-second chart and you see all of this price action here, all of a sudden you see this boom right there. If you see that, that's the beginning, and it takes out a short-term high here too. That's the kind of movement that I look for. It trades back down into a fair value gap, higher, trades back down to liquidity void, trades higher again, comes down, fair value gap, trades higher again. And it's going to go for buy side liquidity here. How far can it go? Well, I'm looking to see if it trades up here. I would prefer to see PPI trade lower first. I'd much rather prefer seeing CPI trade lower first. But I don't know what's going to happen, right? We have this area of consolidation. If I trade, I would prefer to see it trade down to here first. Maybe not all the way down to here, but because that would mean we're trading all the way down to here. But maybe like above here, around that area. I have to hit the restroom real quick. I will be right back. Yeah, absolutely. And remember, the only way, the only consideration there was that we're trading in a consolidated range. We're only looking for about 10 handles when we're looking for those scalps, right? So from here, 94. Let's see, that would have probably gotten you in around 98 or 99. You could take that to 809 or 808, and that would have been your 10 handles, and that's it. It can go higher, but it can also come back lower, right? So in those situations where we're in a premium, where it's before CP or PPI, you have to take profit at the 10 handles is probably the maximum I would take, and just take it all off, scalp, right? So I'll be right back. I gotta hit the restroom. So sorry about that. Let me. Thanks, Clarity. Richelieu, sorry about that. Muted myself for when I went to the restroom. So going back here, we have a daily bullish order block mean threshold. I want to see price stay above this from a candle close perspective. We can go down from a candle close perspective below this on a 4-hour chart or a 1-hour chart. We can certainly close below that, but we don't want to see any lower than this. If we are to head lower. So three things can happen today. One, we head down to here for PPI. We stay above this area of accumulation, and we head higher to take out long-term highs or intermediate term highs, or even just head higher into this, draw towards this SIBI. Second scenario, we head up into the 25% and 50% quadrants of this, which happen to also be a area of, there's a 4-hour rejection block there. On the daily, it's at the 25% mark there. You can kind of see that, right? So that 25% grade is going to be important today. And on the 1-hour chart, of course, this is its SIBI there in general. So right now, I'm treating this like another accumulation, and I would like to see us blow out this top if possible. I'm still looking for longs. At this time, I would prefer us to scale back and trade down a little bit. Yeah. Looks like some food's available for me, so I'm going to go down and pick that up real quick, okay? Be right back. Gotta eat some breakfast, stay hydrated. Thanks for breakfast. Ooh. Check out this spread. This is for breakfast today. Hooray! Man, see, these are the benefits of having a loving, caring partner. Very fortunate. She's the best thing that ever happened to me. Okay, let me make sure I don't need anything major today. Good, good, good. Ventahar, nice. Clarity, delicious. Blessed too. Hell yeah. Alex, I would love to hear a husband speak so highly of their wife. Yeah, yeah. I mean, if we aren't trading for anybody but ourselves, then what's the point, right? What's the point? Like, what, you get a little bit extra cash? Well, I can work at a company, get some cash, right? But it's tougher to find that relationship with somebody. Very tough. Half the time, they're not going to care about your trading either way, but if you can support them, bring joy to them with some of the money you gain from this profession, phenomenal, right? And the whole goal of trading is to get more of my time back, right? When I'm a full-time trader, I'm not going to be trading the whole day. Maybe I will, but maybe I'll take my big trade in the morning and come back in the afternoon or something like that. To have the luxury to do that is kind of what I'm looking for, right? So takes time. I've submitted to that. And yeah, I'm fortunate that we're in a position where we can do this. Time is priceless. I agree. Can't get those years back. So I'm hoping that I can become a full-time trader and have enough finances to be comfortable before I have a kid. I would love to be able to just take care of the kid full-time, you know, change some diapers, burp the baby a little bit if I have a kid, if I'm fortunate to be blessed with a child, and just be able to take care of kids and hang out with them during their formative years. Mostly because my father was not there either for my, you know, he was working his ass off trying to be a first generation immigrant. Dude worked his ass off. My parents worked their butts off to provide, to make us have a decent future, a livable future. And forever, eternally grateful to my parents for that. But they weren't around, right? So I don't have as good of a connection with my parents. Trying to rectify that in their older years, and knowing that we don't have too much time with them left, you know, kind of sucks. But clarity, having an understanding and supportive partner is so important when getting into trading. Yes, I agree. Yeah, gets easier when you get profitable, of course, but in the beginning, it's like, huh. It's more akin to like gambling, I suppose, to most people. That, I mean, I'm sure all of you have already heard too, is that when you start to talk with other people, like if you go to a random event with groups of people and you start talking about trading, people's eyes just glaze over. They could care less about what we're trying to study, what we are so excited to study and get better at just a little bit every single day. When you start to bring that up during group functions, his eyes glaze straight over. You're like, huh, futures? Oh, okay. Oh, so it's like stocks? Isn't that kind of risky? You know, like, I'm sure everyone here has had that conversation with somebody. But yeah, it's a tough, lonesome industry. Spent 18 months. Alex O says he spent 18 months on the ultimate RV trip with a family. Was really blessed. Our girls were 5 and 7 years old. Wow. Definitely take the time and invest in your children. Yeah, that's awesome, man. That's incredible. You could take a 18-month RV trip. That's phenomenal. Yeah. Wow. That just sounds cool. Like you can see so many different places. And what an experience for the kids too, you know? WF, yep. WF agrees. All right, we're about 20 minutes past the hour. We are slowly creeping up here. Ah. 40 states. Wow. That's incredible. Yeah, I agree, Clarity. That's awesome. I'm gonna remove this for now. So, just to recap what we're hoping could happen. I'm hoping we can see something down here It's probably going to be bigger than that, honestly. It's probably going to be like something like that, honestly. So I'm hoping for something kind of like maybe something like that. Uh, I'd prefer it not go below this one, because that's quite a bit of a move down to the 1900 area. Um, and we've already touched that bullish order block, so I would prefer a spike down just below this on the 15-minute chart, and then what that would look like would be a take of sell stops. We'd have traveled well, we would have picked up some more, stopped out some early longs here, and I would look to see if there's indication of displacement on the 1 second, 5 second charts, right? That's what it's fast, very fast. There's no guarantee that it will happen because it could just as easily just go down and then spike back up, right? So as we prepare for 8:30 a.m. PPI, that's you want to try to get in the habit of thinking, okay, what's my higher time frame bias? Great. What have previous PPIs done? Okay, fantastic. What are areas of liquidity that need to potentially get spiked down through to take, right? So those are things that I'm thinking of right now, right? And of course, if it goes up first, no big deal. We will then look to treat this as a bullish order block if we see a displacement higher here. We would need to see it make it above new week opening gap. And then I would say maybe it treats the new week opening gap here. Maybe if we see it trade higher than this, I would say maybe it trades to the 50% mark and comes down to new week opening gap and then lets it bounce higher. Or it could bounce to the new week opening gap and then give us displacement lower. And that would give us our hint that price can head lower to these sell side liquidities, right? So you need to think about those situations there that potentially could happen. But that first one is what I would prefer. I would prefer us heading lower and spiking down here to pick up this buy side imbalance and sell side inefficiency, trade back through that. I would prefer to see that first, and then us continue to grind higher. We have to make it through this new week opening gap with some displacement, though. If we don't, there's a good chance, because it's on the daily chart, it's a rejection block, right? This is a rejection block here. So couple that with the 25%, couple that with the new week opening gap. This area can be very sensitive. If price can't make it above that, and it's a Friday, we could see us retrace for the week. Right. So could see a black week, but we'll see. Clarity says that's one of my bucket lists to travel. Haven't had the resources to do so yet. Sorry, I'm not speaking into this mic properly. Haven't had the resources to do that yet. Hope trading will afford me the opportunity. Cool. It was all perfect timing for my family. Alex O says, had just sold my business in California. Decided being stuck in traffic 4 hours a day wasn't what I wanted. Oh man, you were living in California. Good job getting out of that 14% state tax. Ugh. Crazy. $0.85 a gallon. Wow. That's pretty far back. Definitely something everyone should do. All right. So we took out sell side liquidity once more. left because of the people. Oh, that's 2016. Wow. Congratulations on the business exit. Mm. Okay, 4 minutes till. See what we can get. Sell side liquidity displacement. Yeah. That's why I think we can run down and maybe tackle these two buy side imbalances. That's what my eyes are drawn to. There is one more on the 15-minute chart down here. So consider that, because that's within a bullish order block down here as well. I can mark that one out as well. It's right here. I would pay more close attention to this hourly one here than the 15-minute ones, but price can refer to these for sure. But that hourly one is what my eyes are on, and that 15-minute BISI low. I'm keeping my eye on all of those. See if I can, yeah, kind of zoom in here. So we can see the sell side liquidity here, buy side imbalance here. Technically, this one needs to get fixed up a little bit too. There we go. And that's the hourly one. That sticks out a little bit further. Within this swing, remember, within this swing, optimal trade entry will be roughly very roughly will be around that hourly fair value gap, and that mitigation block actually is close to it too. So just keep that in mind. I'm not going to keep it on my charts because it's too cluttered. Let me see something. Okay. Just had to take care of something here. All right, 40 seconds till game time. 20 seconds probably with the YouTube stream here. So watch your charts closely. Look for those key levels here, and then if we see what we need to, then we can take our trade. If not, then just wait. Look for whatever displacement this creates here. All right, about 10 more seconds on my chart, so it's going to be 10 seconds delayed for you once you see it. All right. Okay, good. So we're seeing price head down to that fair value gap. We need to see displacement above. So we need to see a displacement above that fair value gap here. So we traded down to the 15-minute buy side imbalance as expected. Sorry, my computer has to, of course, go away at this time. I'm looking to see if we get displacement higher here. If so, then I can enter. But I haven't seen displacement above yet, so we can still head lower here. We are treating that very, very, very closely. So wait wait for confirmation, because we can still head lower towards that sell side liquidity here. We can still drop down and take that out first. All right. So I think this sell side liquidity could be taken. Here's where I'm going to drop down. Look for bullish breakers here. And there's also this sell side liquidity we potentially could drop down to, but I don't want to see that. I want to see displacement higher here. Okay, good. Pretty good. Not in the clear yet. I haven't seen full on displacement just yet, so just beware. We can trade down into this sell side imbalance, or this sell side liquidity potentially, right? Okay. Haven't taken a position yet. I am looking around here is where I'm looking for a 1 second chart displacement, a true displacement, or a 5 second chart or a 15 second chart. True displacement, right? I haven't seen it yet. So we keep tagging that sell side liquidity and are currently still trading within this range here. On the 5 second chart, there's been no change. 15 second chart, no change. We'll look to see looking for evidence of displacement higher first, and we're not getting it. So there's a small chance that we will continue lower. What are our targets lower? We have short-term low down here that we could head lower to here as well. So we should be able to take that out shortly. There's a buy side imbalance here on the 15-minute that couples with that very nicely right there. I'm not going to put it on, but put it on for your charts, but I'm not going to put it on my chart because it's blocking this this sell side liquidity here. All right, so nothing else on the hourly chart except for this sell side liquidity to be taken here. So keep that in mind. We're at our previous real-time hour chart low as well. So we traded back down to the real-time hour chart low, so there's no gap above us to be formed right now. Price is continuing to draw down. Still haven't seen displacement to the upside yet. Sell side liquidity waiting to be taken right here, right? That's going to be taken out shortly. Whether or not it bounces at this buy side imbalance here is the core question, right? So I'll put this here just as a visual indication, but notice that that sell side is here, and we will drop down into that. So here we'll look to see if we have continuation to take out this intermediate term low on the 15-minute chart. This happens to be a short-term low. Let me see. The low here is 17,911.25. Low here is 17,911.25. So this is relative equal lows down here. There's a liquidity pool waiting right beneath this. I guess I will pull this out. So there's a liquidity pool right beneath this whole area here, this specific sell side liquidity. So I think we'll take that out first. It's stopping just above it. Don't believe any buy side shift here. Without it taking out that sell side, it will take that sell side liquidity out. Stop just short of it. So now it's engineering relative equal lows here. There's a liquidity pool that's generated here. There's a bullish order block coupled with the buy side imbalance down here. And I expect for us to see a return to this SIBI, and then we'll trade down to take out that sell side liquidity. And then we'll see what happens after that. Fridays are hard to predict. You weren't here earlier where I said that we were gonna see a 15-minute candle like this and then a wick down. They can be easier to predict. All right, so I'm not seeing. Okay, so here is where we start to get into. I think people are going to FOMO in here, and I don't think that it's done. But it could be. It could stop below that and not take that out, and now is a reversal to the upside. Looking. I don't see anything on the 1 minute time frame. Let me see on the 15-second. I do see a displacement on the 15-second chart. 30-second chart is not quite there yet, but 15-second chart has shown me some movement higher. I am skeptical of this. I'm skeptical of this right now because of the short-term low that got created there, but we rose back above that previous short-term low. And we're consolidating here. So, yeah, I mean, that could have been a nice little move for the lower time frames, but we'll see. Okay, now I'm seeing some movement here. I like that. So I will. And if we trade lower, that's fine. I think we could trade down to that, maybe down to. So we saw us take that little high out here. So if we bounce here, that's great. But otherwise, we're going to take out that short-term low liquidity pool there. So be careful here. This is an area where we will determine if price is going to reverse or if we're going to come back down, take out that sell side liquidity there. It's a key level here. And now you have a short-term high to look for. If price displaces above that, then you're going to see us trade back up into this sell side imbalance, right? But we do have this SIBI, or this sell side for us to take out first. And I think we'll trade down into that. So we did not trade down into that from a 1 minute perspective. So I'm wondering here if we will head up now to take out that short-term high. And that is a nice movement that we got there. So return back. And we want to see it hold above that there. And we want to see a displacement above this short-term high there. If at all possible. I don't see the shift yet, but if we see displacement above that on a 1 minute time frame, then I'll feel a little bit more comfortable about it. It bothers me that we didn't break down below this liquidity pool and we did not take this out, but so be it, right? So we haven't quite displaced higher yet. We're kind of holding in this range so far. So still holding in this range. One minute left on the 15-minute candle close. And we still have not seen displacement higher yet. We are seeing some movement higher, but we haven't seen true displacement higher, in my opinion, yet. Once we see that short-term high, this short-term high get broken, that's when we'll confirm, in my opinion. But until we do that, there's still a risk of us dropping out and taking out that sell side liquidity that we were so close to, right? Yeah, good catch there, Clarity. ES took out Asia low, but NQ did not. Good observation. Still some time for it to take it out, though. And that liquidity pool seems pretty large to me. ES is right around a buy side imbalance at the long-term high. And we haven't seen the Dow also reached a specifically good buy side imbalance too on the 15-minute chart. So now we're waiting to see if there's any indication that price is going to switch directions here, or will it continue? NASDAQ, of course, just stopped just short of that short-term low here. So ES is right at its long-term high there. There happens to be a daily volume imbalance that it's traded through right this moment as well on ES daily chart. There is a little bit of buy-side imbalance left to be traded down to on ES on the daily chart as well. NASDAQ continues to see consolidation here. Nothing indicating that we're going to head reverse higher yet, though, so stay tight. Need to get gears here. What the hell? Nothing so far still, so we'll see. Sorry, I have to take care of something real quick here. Here we go. All right, so ES continues to dig down into that buy-side imbalance that is traded to on the 4-hour chart and hourly chart. It's heading down into that balanced price range area and its long-term high. So right now, ES is right at its long-term high. NASDAQ is going to likely head towards that sell side liquidity pool here. And we'll see that continue. The Dow is past its buy-side imbalance on the 15-minute, heading lower. So we should see indices head lower as well for the time being. I don't know how much lower on NASDAQ, but ES, let's see. The hourly chart on ES, we're at a very key point in time. And it does look like we reached the buy-side imbalance there. So I'm going to take an entry. I'm going to consider taking an entry if I see price if I see price react from this area. ES is trading down to the bottom of its buy side imbalance as well, so it's trading below it now. So nothing yet. The Dow looks like it's heading lower as well. So we'll see if this holds here or not, but we'll need to see ES hold here as well, and the Dow as well. Otherwise, we're going to trade lower. Dollar index is rising temporarily. So there's a sell side taken there. Okay. Good. So I did take an entry there, but I don't know if it's going to work out just yet. I need to see everything start to work in tandem with each other. So far, so good on the lower time frames. We want to see price head above that short-term high on this candle here. So we want to see price trade above this short-term high here, right there. We have consolidation here at the moment. ES is holding in this area. So we need to see a push upwards if we're going to consider getting a reversal here. But if we do see a push upwards, then that'll bode well. So we saw us trade back down into fair value gap. 1 minute. If we close above that, that's good. If we close below it, we might head lower. All right. So we want to see it trade above this relative equal high here. So 27.50, 28, 27.50, 28.50 here. So ultimately we need it to trade above this short-term high, this one up here. This relative equal high, I think it'll be a nice little draw there. Okay. So you can take some profit off at 17,932, this rejection block here. Take a little bit of profit off there. I would recommend. That's where I took off my first 50% of my position is off there. So we should see movement above this short-term high next. So taking 25% off of this position once we reach above this high here. Stop has been moved up to just below this movement down into this buy side imbalance. So we're in profit now. We're just letting the rest ride at the moment. So from a projection perspective, we have a low. Actually, there's a nice little 1 minute bullish breaker here. And I'll draw it out in yellow on a different chart, but I'll make it happen on the 1 minute. So there's a bullish breaker that's forming on the 1 minute time frame here. So watch price react at the top of this breaker, ideally. But I do think we're going to aim for this short-term high next. Buy side liquidity. And I'll take off 25% of my position there. And I'll let the remainder ride up to, and I'll take little bits of, little areas of profit on the way up, but so now we need to see how price reacts here. We can see a little bit of a pullback into that. There's a tiny buy side imbalance that we traded down to. You can't see it very easily, but we traded down into this buy side imbalance here. Right? And target is this buy side liquidity here. Short-term high buy side liquidity is what I see next. So we should see 25% of my position is off there. Stop loss has been moved to below that bullish breaker. So I've moved my stop loss to here. And in fact, I can feel comfortable moving it down below this short-term low now at this point in time too, if I wanted to. But I like below the breaker because there's a little fair value gap here. Short-term high just got taken there, so some liquidity probably got taken off. But I do think that this is going to run here. And that'll take us to our short 15-minute buy-side imbalance. So I would take 25% of your position off here. Okay. Stop loss is below the bullish break. Okay, so 25% off. We can move our stop loss to here. Just below that short-term low. Because if price rejects here, it can head lower and lower and take out some things too. But now, our next profit target is going to be 1761, I believe. Let me check that again. Next profit, actually no, next profit should be down here. So next profit, 17,951. And no, it's this guy again. NHAN. There's no data delay. YouTube naturally delays the stream by roughly 20 seconds. So you need to pay close attention to what I'm outlining ahead of time so that you can take action when your price hits it, okay? All right, so we continue to see highs being taken. So 17,950 is my next area of profit. I'll take one more contract off there. Stop is still below. Actually, stop has now been moved to the top part of the breaker now. So I still think that we're going to end up trading higher towards 17,950 is my next area of profit taking. even number there. Then 1761. Then we're gonna let the rest ride until 17,993 and 18,000 again, if we can get that high, right? And I don't know if we're gonna get that. We could completely reverse here too, but we have plenty of profit booked now, and we could see a bit of a reversal here. So right now my profit is in the at the mean threshold of this bullish order block here. Why? Buy side imbalance here, right? Bullish order block here. Black is that bullish order block. Blue is that buy side imbalance. And I don't think price wants to head below the mean threshold of that bullish order block. Okay. Let me see if I can better annotate this. Say bullish order block here. So I'm not so good at annotation, so you'll have to forgive me on that. So if we break below that mean threshold there, that means we're gonna head lower, but so right now, this is what the rest of my chart looks like. I've taken off a majority of my position here. I have 5 contracts remaining, and they will stop me out if I reach. So remember, I was mentioning that this is the mean threshold of that bullish breaker, right? 50% just beneath that, below the bullish order block, buy side imbalance did not get taken. So this is going to be a measuring gap. If this remains open, that'll be a measuring gap. On the 1 minute chart, swing projection. Let's do a swing projection here. Okay, so a couple of swing projections that are coming out. 17,955, 17,969, 17,983, 1,800, 8. So I like the movement up higher into the 1800-ish, 17,978 level. I prefer a movement higher into that, but if we get stopped out here, we get stopped out. That's fine. I'm not too worried about it. So we traded down to the bullish order block, right? You can see that there. And immediately responded there. So that was another area for people to pyramid in. And we should see the 950 level get taken out next, unless we decide to drop here. But we're still within this area here. I have to drop to get ready for my calls. So if this gets stopped out, it gets stopped out, There it is. So there I get stopped out, mean threshold. 1, 2, 3. If it trades below this short-term low, we're going to head lower now. Because I don't like it when 3 PD arrays get blasted through. So nice little $300 profit to start the morning off. Good luck today. I hope this was helpful. If this was helpful, drop like a like if you can. It helps the stream out, but hope that was helpful talking through this movement there. I think Alex, that was a good example of waiting for that key short-term low to get taken out to drop into a lower time frame and observe what's going to happen there. So I think that's a phenomenal example to look at on the 1 second chart. So take a look at that 8 o'clock, 8:49, 8:50 a.m. movement there on the lower time frame charts, and you'll see a whole bunch of setups there, like a whole bunch of setups there. So yeah, there's it's probably going to keep going up. Honestly, we're still in the breaker area. We're still in this space where our bullish breaker is still able to hold. It just went down to take out sell side liquidity from people like me who trailed their stop losses up way too high. I did that because I also have meetings in a few minutes, so I can't trade during those times. Oftentimes I'll lose more money if I try to leave a trade on the whole time, right? So yeah, so I think that's going to be it. Look for price. Look to see where price ends up. As of right now, we're still above that pink line here. That's still a area of real-time hour close, right? So I would expect for us to trade higher up into this segment here today. We've already taken out sell-side liquidity pools, and yeah, I mean, we can go lower. It's Friday. Don't discount that. If you start to see really, really big displacement lower, then fine, take that if that's your trade, right? So I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen here, but I'm looking for price to head higher still. But that is it for me for now. I'll still be here physically. I'll still be around in the chats. So I'll try to monitor the chat when I can. But if you have questions throughout the time, I'll try to get to them. But I just have a lot of morning meetings right now. So this trade was on a 150K account, which has a drawdown of $5,000, right? So I consider that to be the let's say limit of your prop firm amount, because if you blow 5,000, you blow the account, right? So what is 300 out of $5,000? That's a 6% return on that amount, right? So for me, if I calculate it based off of, gosh, what was it 5 handles? About 10 handles times a move of 10 contracts, that's a move of 10 handles times 4 times 0.5. So I was risking 200 and I got 300. So technically my reward to risk was 1.5. So like 3 to 2. So base hits is all I was looking for, and it does look like price is going to head up towards that next area of price targets there. So cool. So I think yeah, thanks a lot for hopping in. Appreciate you, Alex, Clarity, and Bentahar, WF. Please appreciate you having you here. Richelieu, there'll be a new deal here. Not sure what you mean by that. What do you mean by that? But drop it in the chat. I need to head off to go look for my next meetings. So have a good one, everybody. I will be around. I'll try to pop in from here and there midway through the day. My meetings are a little bit lighter today, so I'll look for another trade maybe at 10 o'clock Silver Bullet if I can. Take care, everybody. Good trading with you, and it's my pleasure to get to tape read for you here. Thanks a lot. Trade safe today, and make sure you stay hydrated as always. So cheers. All right, everyone. Closing out the day here. Had a difficult day today. Well, we knew Friday could always go down. So yeah, uh, bias was wrong. Maybe not. Maybe for next week it can go back up and from this consolidation point, but this does look like a failure swing to me. If we zoom out a little bit, it looks like consolidation. So um, we'll see if we aim for these relative equal lows down here, and if we aim for this low, that's what I'll be looking for a market structure shift. Um, Nothing more really to be said for the end of today. Wasn't able to really do much today until the end of the day. Passed another 150K account, but I appreciate that. I think Dip Chibao, I can't remember how to say that. That you're taking your time on that. It's just as easy to blow them if you don't find the right structure, right? If you don't find the right setup. So yeah, I am gonna call it a day and go knock some other stuff out. So overall, pretty good starts, and gonna continue to slowly grow these accounts and go from there. So far so good, and we'll see how the next week unfolds. Have a great restful weekend, everybody, and have a safe weekend, and we'll catch up. Hey, what's up, Deep Shiba? Hey, I was wondering if you were gonna be here, so um, I know that you were about 2,000 or 3,000 away from getting that 150K account. Keep up the good, solid setups. Keep looking for that good, solid setups. Same kind of trades that you're looking for today. Just keep looking for those, and you'll pass in no time. So it'll come soon. Just be aware. The sticker shock of the lifetime performance activation account can be a little bit high, being $260, but as long as you're being careful, risking managing your risk well, you should be fine. Good to see you, Dip Chibao. Yeah, so the didn't have much time to trade intraday today. I just had too many meetings. So we had obviously my expectations to get to new week opening gap failed right at that failure swing here. It looks like price did get up to close to that new week opening gap, but we failed almost instantaneously after we took out that short-term high. Now we could have said that if we saw a displacement here, we could have tried to say, hey, maybe that's displacement, but we really didn't see any displacement until a little bit later, right? So back at, that would have been before, yeah, that would have been really tough to say, hey, that's displacement, right? Let me see if we could see anything on the lower time frames. Even on the lower time frames, it would have been very difficult to say, hey, this is a shift, a true market structure shift, and we will never not go any higher here. What we did see on the lower time frames, though, if we take a look here, during that same time frame, we did see that that we achieved a consolidation where we were kept on making lower lows, lower highs, lower lows, lower highs, lower lows, lower highs, and then this could have been construed as the first displacement below short-term low here. So a return up into this segment here could have been very much so a viable spot. If we take a look at that same on the 30-second chart, you can see it a little bit clearer how we have a short-term low here. We have displacement below this relative equal lows, displacement here, fair value gap, volume imbalance. Price trades up to that volume imbalance once here, twice here, and then continues down for PPI. I personally don't love holding positions before PPI, but I mean, that's maybe in the future you can trade one micro there, but I personally don't like holding through that type of a movement. And as you can kind of see, we did play the upside here. It did not work out in our favor, and price ends up displacing below this short-term low, indicating it's willing to head lower. We trade back up to that breaker, turns into an inversion breaker, and we dial down for the rest of the morning until 10 o'clock, right? Now, during the day, I did point out, and I wasn't able to trade this much, but I did point out that we had an inversion fair value gap set up, a higher time frame, like I think it was a 15-minute. Let me see. We had a 15-minute. No, this must have been a 1-minute setup here. Yeah. So that displacement there was allowed us to head back up into this mitigation block here, where we ended up reversing. Dip Chibao, I almost one shot, one kill today. Almost. Good. Thanks for your advice. Yeah, I'm not right all the time, but especially on Mondays and Fridays, as you can kind of see. But there were definitely market maker sell models to be had today. There were a couple of them. So here's one here, right? We have original consolidation, accumulation above. Now we have distribution, and then reaccumulation, trade above that high. First stage of accumulation, second stage accumulation, first stage distribution, second stage distribution, all the way back down to terminus, and even further at the end of the day. So really good day for, and how could we have known? Well, this during the morning, you didn't know that we had this movement here yet. You technically saw this move here, but this displacement should have keyed us off that, hey, any rise higher is likely going to get sold off into. And so now you see evidence of that. You see us take out buy side once more, sell side model, market maker sell model to the end of the day. Yeah, it was pretty good. It was pretty good price action there. So let's see how next week comes along. We'll get together on Sunday to prepare, and we'll see how the week goes. I mean, if we look at the week on a daily chart, we're still in this consolidation area, as we would expect to be if we broke all-time highs. Are we bearish yet? Not yet, but you can kind of see now, this week has now ended. What does this mean? There's a potential short-term low. So I want next week to continue to consolidate so that we create a higher short-term low on the weekly chart. And then maybe 2 weeks from now, I would like to see us drop. So let's see how this goes. Maybe we'll continue to break higher, but I don't know. It's uncharted territory, so it's more difficult to tell. So with that, I'm going to close off the stream for today. It's gonna be a good solid end of the week. Gonna end up adding an unforeseen another 150k account to the group here, and I will only be trading them one at a time, low risk sessions too. So fingers crossed, maybe the month of March or April will be the month that we take payout, but let's see. So thanks for watching. Appreciate you being here, and appreciate you supporting the stream, and we'll catch up on Sunday. I'll try to get on a little bit earlier. I know 9:00 p.m. is a little bit late for folks, but it just depends on like what I can do when I'm able to do it. So yeah, have a safe weekend. Enjoy, make sure you stay hydrated, and we'll catch up on Sunday around, I'll drop a community note on YouTube as to what time exactly. It'll probably be around 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock. So I hope to pass 150k before February 21st to get 1 day pass. You know what? If you're working with it, 1 day pass is fine, but you don't need to pass in 1 day. You still have the whole month, right? So passing in 7 days is still phenomenal, right? Passing in 2 weeks or 3 weeks is still phenomenal. Like, that's phenomenal. Like, you don't need to pass in 4 weeks even. People used to take three months to pass these things. So so good luck with that though. I'm rooting for you, and I'm gonna head out though. Gotta go eat some food. Enjoy your weekend. We'll catch up on Sunday. Okay, take care.